every day. Here from Lex Lux Lab in Brooklyn, New York. January 16, 2026. Sang song. So here we are halfway through January. So here we are, halfway through January, halfway doing durational art projects. You can't help but learn more about yourself, more about yourself, more about yourself, more about your strength. I learned strength. I have strength. I have making music has been further refined. Offering has been the vision of what all vocalism premonitions of. Personally, I've realized I prefer to sing what would change. But additionally, to have salute or stem to begin with gives me a lot of inspiration. It's a lot of fun using tonality and scream and whispering. It's And that's not something I can do, okay? So leave me out of that fucking music. I'm doing exactly what I'm supposed to. Display what your plans for you. I don't have to keep up. Just makes more mess for a universal world already. But it doesn't exist yet because I'm still playing with super capitalized. Around, don't realize Phase 2. Minimal enough for those who can't do too much. To love this because it's something I want to do, but I know that the comparison of me even wanting to do anything threatens you, and that's okay. I think you're kind of funny being able to sit in a room and pace around consuming, thinking about money when there's nothing else for you to do. Just speaking my mind. That's what you can't do. So you shame when you find as the stuff you can't do easily. If it's too easy, it can be like you're easy. You're making me breathe Straight line reaches home. Being able so she gets time with breathing. You are the greatest version of yourself every day. Sound of the looper is unpredictable. The volume could be perfect, or it could be really loud, as you saw. Even with it turned down, it would be great to have a looper that can play. these thoughts will be easier on. Way for you to find some love in this world. Sounds in here while there's playing. Cortisol central, trying to keep it beautiful, but intrusive thoughts pull, and I'm well experienced to know it's telepathy-o, telepathy-o. Some sort of system that you don't even care about anyhow. You don't like when I use the word you. Prefer that I just say one you. I don't know if this beat is going to make you more there, or maybe just leave it for something better. That's how most discipline of making a song for humanity to and while you're feeling strong, is this the kind of music you prefer? The hell come you never mark me? Are you tired of hearing me? Feels harsh and hard, and if it is that bad, maybe it should be gone as far as you may like. Hyper-reality scripted tonight. You can judge your product placement, culture jamming. Remember not to fight. Lay down. Lay down. Lay down. It's better to flex your head. Is intellectual and arcade playing all of these blasphemies, and if it doesn't feel like you're learning, then there's nothing great at all. It feels just like the 20th century means it's mine. You're like, why can't you say something nice? And I'm like, well, maybe if you wanted to play, I would. But there's a shadow in the room. There's a phantom in my mood. I can do this with or without you. And yeah, it would be fun if you wanted to. If you wanted to, you would move the room around you. If you wanted to, you would do it too. Maybe it wouldn't feel like fun after a while. Hey, I'm reading this off my brain with a short attack and a nice release. It sounds like you got something deep bleeding inside for the intelligent, or you can be controlled by a system that doesn't want you. So if I was in the room and you were here too, This is human core. Don't you realize space and time? What's that? If you can provide a safe space for that, maybe you should. Don't build your beats on noise. The producers to think smile. I really appreciate you. But can we please make it better for everyone, not just no, just us. Just us, just what I was rusted. Stream of consciousness. I cannot monetize on it unless I have some ditzy friends who wanna sit around and make merch while I play these beats for all. No, this is not a time to capture fun for all. No, I don't consider this rap or Satan. If you knew anything, what a beautiful day it is. Recording audio work in any of this now. You can see on the screen it says there's an error. You ready? We're gonna try to record into this clip and show you, but maybe we can't. Here, I'll get the screen up so you can see what we're working with. Total buzzkill, trying to record voice in pro-more. It's like only able to do amateur. So what do you have to lose? Here, ready, watch. Just watch and go, or rather stop. I'm getting stuck in my chords, just trying to step back in my stage now and bumping the tripod, just to show you a Kai professional. You're on bugs. Says 81 bars, right? And the BPM now is 123. Why is it 123 when we set it for 99.23? You see, if you're gonna start doing the thing Ableton does, where it starts to build your BPM, that's not gonna work out well, because obviously you see why. So here we go. Recording 4 bars, might not get there. You can see, now it's gonna stop. Oh, it keeps going, that's cool. Okay, that's cool. feature presentation. Oh, this is really cool, right? This is fun. We did the fun part, now we can't go on with it. It's not gonna... Now it's not gonna record correctly. The audio. That's okay. Who needs to do that anyway? Here's a bunch of clips that we arranged, expecting this moment to play. Gotta take a sip of our favorite drip, which is the coffee. Yeah. If you want to hang out with me, we're gonna be doing art. If art like this feels too hard to do, maybe you should just get a job to pay for the money to listen to what we're doing, you know? That'd be cool, because maybe that would be easier for you. Just like the lyrics have been saying, we're in humanization mode right here. Yes. You want to hear what we're about to do? No? You want to be surprised too? Okay, here we go. While I smoke. Look at how easy this is. Ooh, so fun once it gets to here. Right? Yeah. The other part's fun too. But not if I have someone trying to convince me that it's not. And I'm like, actually, I think it is fun. I think this is fun. The comparison is what's not fun. Look how we go like that and talk about how deep it is to be a human. If you're not doing it like that, you're probably fucking up everyone. Wasting a lot of gear that could have been for anyone. Okay, let's get back in. so I press record. Static in my head, so I press record. World's too loud for talking slower. I don't argue, I arrange the noise. It's rival into a fall. Survival, I don't argue, I arrange the noise. Turn survival into a voice.
Try to explain it plain. Language bends people flinch at the way. Every time I try to explain it plain, language bends people flinch at the way. Big ideas don't fit small rooms. They fracture fast, get labeled consumed. So I loop the thought, let it. Big ideas people flinch at the way. The way I try to explain it plain. Language. Try to explain it plain, Every time I try to explain it plain, language bends people, try to explain. Every time I try to explain it plain, language bends people, people try to explain. Every time I try to explain it plain, language bends people, flinch at the way. Big ideas don't fit small rooms. Bends people flinch at the way. Big ideas don't fit small rooms. They fracture fast, get labeled consumed. So I loop the thought, let rhythm decide what truth survives, what gets denied. So capture fast, get labeled consumed. So I loop the capture fast, get labeled consumed. So I loop the thought, let rhythm decide what decide. They fracture fast, get labeled consumed. So I loop the thought, let rhythm decide what truth survives, what gets denied. The song reflects me to myself. Tonight it survives what gets denied. What reflects me, decide what truth survives, what gets denied. The song reflects me back to myself, like mirror no one else can tell. Back to myself, like mirror no one else can tell. Static in my head, so I press record. World's too loud for talking slower. I don't argue, I arrange the noise. Turn survival into a voice. Static in my head, so I press record. World's too loud for talking slower. I don't argue, I arrange the noise. Turn survival into a voice. Every time I try to explain it plain, language bends people plain shit away. Big ideas don't fit small rooms. They fracture fast, get labeled consumed. So I loop the thought, let rhythm decide what truth survives, what gets denied. The song reflects me back to myself, like mirror no flower. Make it bend right. I try to explain it, plain language, plain. Every time I try to explain it, plain language bends people flinch at the way. Big ideas don't fit small rooms, they fracture fast, get labeled consumed. They fracture fast, get labeled consumed. I loop the thought, rhythm decide what truth survives, what gets denied. The song reflects me back to myself, like mirror no one else can tell. Back gets denied, the song they fracture fast, get labeled consumed. Big ideas don't fit small rooms, they fracture fast, get labeled consumed. I loop the thought, they fracture fast, get labeled consumed. So I loop the thought, let them decide what you decide. So I loop the thought, they fracture fast, get labeled consumed. So I loop the thought, let rhythm decide what truth survives, what gets denied. The lower decide what truth survives, what gets denied. The song reflects me back to myself, like a mirror no one else can tell. Back to myself, like a mirror no one. Back to myself, like a mirror no one else can tell. Back to myself, like a mirror no one else can tell. Back to myself, let's deny. The song reflects me back to myself, like a mirror no one else can sell. Myself, like a mirror no one else can sell. No one else can sell. Myself, like a mirror no one else can sell. Myself, like a mirror no one else can sell. I hear what I mean. No one else can sell. Get back to myself, like a mirror no one else can sell. I hear what I mean when the beat talks first. No debate, no defense, no curves, just signal shape into time, letting chaos organize. Making songs about the massive things is better than trying to convince. Static in my head, so I press record. World's too loud for talking slow. I don't argue, I arrange the noise. Turn survival into a voice. Every time I try to explain it, plain language bends people flinch at the way. Big ideas don't fit small rooms, they fracture fast, get labeled consumed. Oh, I loop the thought, let rhythm decide what truth survives, what gets denied. The song reflects me back to myself, like a mirror no one else can sell. I hear what I mean when the beat talks first. No debate, no defense, no curves, just signal shape into time, letting chaos organize. Making songs about a massive thing, better than trying to convince the room. Making songs about the massive thing, organize. Making songs about the massive thing is better than trying to convince a room. Music should what I think canonize. Making songs about the massive thing is better than canonize. Making songs about the massive thing canonize. Making songs about the massive thing is better than canonize. Making songs about the massive thing canonize. shows me what I am thinking, helps me live it, helps me move through it.
It's not a lecture, it's a feeling proof. If it
Even thinking helps me live it, helps me move through it. It's a lecture, it's a feeling proof. Even it helps me move through it. It's a lecture, it's a feeling me move through it. Even thinking helps me live it, helps me move through it.
It's not a lecture, it's
Thinking helps me live it, helps me move through it. It's not a lecture, it's a feeling proof. If it helps me breathe, it's a to feel me live it, helps me move through it. It's not a lecture, it's a feeling proof. Me move through it. It's not a lecture, it's a feeling proof. If it helps me breathe, it might help you too.
human core mode.
It might help you too.
Feel improve.
If it helps me breathe, it might help you.
Feel improve.
If it helps me breathe, it might help you. Human core mode, truth in tone, timeless sense of vibration, bold.
Feel the reality,
Sense of vibration, bold.
feel the reality for later use. Entertainment engineered as a truth.
Truth in tone, timeless sense of vibration, bold.
Feel the reality,
Sense of vibration, bold. Familiarity for later use. Entertainment and engineering as a truce between the mind and what I can't hold. Therapy disguised as a hook and a hook.
premonition, science, formations,
Can't hold. Therapy disguised as a hook. Guys can't. Familiarity, sense of vibration, bold. Familiarity, sense of vibration, bold. Familiarity for later. Sense of vibration, bold. It's like familiarity for the later use. Entertainment and engineer as a truce between the mind and what it can't hold. Therapy disguised as hook and no. Premonition science won't touch. Spirit manifests too much. So I hide in a melody of my time. Where that's too much. So I hide in a melody in time. Where everyone feels it without a sign. Feels it without a sign. Everyone feels it without a sign. In time, where everyone feels it without a sign. No moral test. No. Where everyone feels it without a sign. Feels it without a sign. Everyone feels it without a sign. Everyone feels it without a sign. To level more test. Everyone feels it without a sign. To level moral test. Just sound. Passing through the chest, understanding without comment. Human to human unplanned.
making songs about the massive thing. Making songs about the massive thing. Making songs about the massive thing is better than trying to talk it straight. Music shows me back when I am thinking before despair can annotate. It's genuine art, no gates, no talk.
Human to human unplanned. Making songs about the massive things is better than trying to talk it straight. Music shows me back to what I am thinking before despair can annotate. It's genuine art, no gate to keep. Everyone feels it at their own speed. Human core it's genuine art, no gate to keep. Everyone feels it at their own speed. Human core real. If it's felt, it's here.
Not preaching, not
Real. If it's felt, it's here.
not preaching, not saving, not above, just translating pressure
Human core real. If it's felt, it's here.
not
it's here.
Not preaching, not saving, not above.
If it's felt, it's here.
Not preaching, not saving, not above. Just translating pressure into love. When words fail under social stress, to love into love. When words fail under social weight, a song can hold a shade.
No comment section in my head, just rhythm keeping me fed.
No comment section in my head. No comment section in my head, just rhythm keeping me fed. I make songs so the ideas survive, so the future can recognize what it felt like to be alive right now. So the ideas survive, so the future can recognize what it felt like to be alive right now. So the ideas survive, just rhythm keeping me fed. I make songs so the ideas survive. I make songs so the ideas survive. So the future, just rhythm keeping me fed. I make songs so the ideas survive. So the future can recognize what it felt like to be alive right now. Humanizing the size of the I make songs so the ideas I make songs so the ideas survive. So the future, I make songs so the ideas survive. So the future can recognize what it felt like to be alive right now. Human alive right now. Humanizing the sickness alive right now. Humanizing the signal somehow. Entertainment therapy, truth, that dangerous, just deeply loaded human core. It's just deeply loaded human truth, that somehow. Humanizing alive right now. Humanizing alive right now. Humanizing the sickness somehow. Entertainment therapy, truth, that dangerous, just deeply loaded human core. Human core, it's just deeply loaded human core. Human core mode, I am sure what I mean, what I feel, what I mean, what I feel, what I know. What I mean, what I feel, what I know. If you felt it, it worked. If you felt it, if you felt it, it worked. If you felt it, it worked. If you felt it, if you felt it, it worked. If you stayed it first, did not explain. Humanize if you felt it worked, if it stayed at matter, press repeat, not explain human core mode. Static in my head, so I press record. World's too loud for talking sword.
arrange the noise. Turn survival into a voice.
Every time I try to explain it, plain language bends people flinch at the way big ideas don't fit small rooms. They fracture fast, get labeled consumed. Till I loop the thought, let rhythm decide what truth survives, what gets denied. The song reflects me back to myself, like a mirror no one else can sell. I hear what I mean when the beat talks first. No debate, no defense, no curse, just signal shape into time, letting chaos organize. Making songs about the massive things is better than trying to convince a room. Music shows me what I am thinking, helps me live it, helps me move through. It's not a lecture, it's a feeling through. If it helps me breathe, then it might help you. Human core, truth in tone, timeless sense of vibration. Balls like filming reality for hilarious entertainment. Engineer as a truce between the mind and what it can hold. Therapy disguised as oak and premonition science won't touch. Spirit math, that's too much. So I hide it in a melody in time, where everyone feels it without a sigh. The walls, her lab, a moral test, just sound passing through the chest. Understanding without comment. Human to human unplanned. This song's about the massive things is better than trying to talk it straight. Music shows me back to what I'm thinking before despair can annotate. It's genuine art, no gate to keep. Everyone feels it at their own speed. Human core move on real. If it's felt, it's here. Not preaching, not saving, not above. Just translating pressure into love. When words fail under social weight, a song can hold the shade. Section in my head, just rhythm keeping me fed. I make songs so the idea survives, so the future can recognize what it felt like to be alive right now. Humanizing the signal somehow, entertainment therapy, truth decoded, not dangerous, just deeply loaded. Human core, human core, I am shown what I mean, what I feel, what I know, what I mean, what I feel, what I. If you thought it was, if it's loaded. Repeat, not explaining. Humanize mode. Static in my head, so I press record. Words too loud for talking sword. I don't argue, I arrange the noise. Survival.
reflects me back to myself like a mirror no one else can sell. I hate what I mean and I need folks first. No debate, no defense, no curves, just signal shape into time. Let it get ours or organize. Making songs about the massive things is better than trying to convince a room. Music shows me what I am thinking, helps me live it, helps me move through it. It's the lectures of feeling free. Helps me breathe and I help you move your core, truth into that lives in separation. All that therapy disguised as all can know. Touch, spirit, that's too much. So hiding in a million times where everyone feels that without a sign. Have a moral test, just sound passing through the chest. Understanding without comment. Humanitarian and only this is about the massive things is better than trying to talk it straight. Music shows the life where I'm thinking for just working it's your little heart I'm going to keep. Everyone feels it around the stage. Pressure into love when words fail. The social way is all get over. No comment section in my head. Just rhythm keeping me fed. So say ideas survive, so the future can recognize what it felt like to be alive right now. Humans on the signal somehow entertain that therapy truth you could not dangerous, just deep within human core. Healing core, I am sure what I mean, what I feel, what I know. What I mean, what I feel, what I know. If you found it, it would. If you felt it, it worked. If it said it mattered. Press repeat. Not not explain.
Static in my head, so I press record. Static in my head, so I press record.
Words too loud for a talking sword. I don't argue, I arrange the noise. Turns small rooms. They fracture fast, get labeled consumed. No headroom, no feelings. Survival into a void. To explain it, plain language bends people flinch at the weight. Big ideas don't fit small rooms. They fracture fast, get labeled consumed. No headroom, no. They fracture fast, get labeled consumed. No loop of thought, rhythm to decide what truth survives, what gets denied. The song reflects me back to myself. Fucking mirror, no one else can sell. Hear what I mean when the beat talks first. No debate, no defense, no curves, just signal shape into time, letting chaos organize. Making songs about the massive things is better than trying to convince a room. Music shows me what I am thinking, helps me live it, helps me move through it. It's not anxious, a feeling true. If it helps me breathe, then it might help you. Here's a core truth into timeless sense of vibration falls and from the reality for it's entertaining. As it truly speaks me in your mind, what it can hold. Therapy disguised as all can know. Vision science won't touch. Spirit man, that's too much. So hiding in a million times, where everyone feels they're within a sign. Walls who have a moral test, just sound passing through the chest. Understanding without coming in. Human to human on your plan. Episodes about the massive things is better than trying to talk to me. Human to human on your plan. Episodes about the massive things is better than trying to talk it straight. Music shows me that's where I'm thinking. Talk to things is better than trying to talk it straight. Music shows me that's where I'm thinking. Before despair, turn criminal are no game to keep. Everyone feels it, feels a criminal are no game to keep. Everyone feels fair in turn criminal are no game to keep. Everyone feels fair in turn criminal are no game to keep. Everyone feels it, I'm speeding in the cold. I'm real, it's about it here. Preaching, not saving, not above. Just translating pressure into love. When words fell under social weight, his own can hold the shade. Section in my head, just for heaven keeping me fed. So the idea survives, so the future can recognize what it felt like to be alive right now. Humanizing you, his own can hold the shade. No comment section in my head, just for heaven keeping me fed. So the idea survives, So the future can recognize what it felt like to be alive right now. Humanizing the signal somehow in routine at therapy, truth decoded. Danger is just deeply rooted human core. Human core evolution. What I mean, what I feel, what I know. If you felt it, it worked. It's just deeply rooted human core. Human core evolution. What I mean, what I feel, what I know. What I mean, what I feel, what I know. If you felt it, it worked. Human core mode sounds so good. I think that's done right. So now I'm gonna ask you to be quiet on set. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Okay, so here we are without mastering. Sounds good though still, you know? But wow, that really freaking masters. Sheesh. We have new albums coming out. We have a lot of new albums coming out, and we're going to be sharing them exclusively from our website, and gonna release the hits, I guess, on Bandcamp as a live stream you can listen to as the band plays it, you know, and we'll be practicing some songs. I'm letting them choose. I'm trying to just do me right now because organizing with other people while doing this is really hard. Plus I have like the housing things I'm doing. You don't even know. Every day, though, normalize universalism however you can. Isn't this nice that I can just turn my head and just come up nice to the camera, and I don't have to hold a mic, I don't have to keep my head over a microphone? Yeah, these companies need to pick it up. Yeah, especially seeing how this got messed up. So let's just save this. I don't know if we'll ever open it or do anything more with it. It's beautiful, but let's see. You know, maybe we'll add it. Maybe we'll add some little sounds, but it's like, I think it's done. So like, okay, let's see. Mute me out. Alright, silence on set. 3, 2, 1. I have to do that because there's no audio through while I'm exporting stuff, but we're gonna just go back one step and add some things. I don't know if it'll mess it up. Static in my head, so I press record. Words too loud for a talking sword. I don't argue, I arrange the noise. Static in my head, so I press record. Words too loud. Was that a good? I thought that was a good. And what about this up here, you say? What happens with all this? Not really sure. I'm having issues with backing up those files as well. So let me give us a silent on set. 3, 2, 1. Sorry, our mixers have gotten stolen and or broken by people who stole them. It's okay. It's okay. Everything's okay. People are people. You can understand. Pentatonic minor, pen mi, and the BPM is 99.23. Humanization mode for you. Export that song now. And I'll save it in the beat so that you can hear this in the transition so that we repeat. Says that I should wait, that I should just go to bed, but I just woke up and I don't feel like I have anything to do during the day. Especially hearing people have to do their human stuff. And then I can't keep my head straight 'cause I gotta mute them out. That takes half of my energy I could have used to be singing this song halfway good. You can hear the influence prove. Nice, right? So the next song is coming up. And we're just going to save all these projects and not do anything more with them. It's just fun to do, you know? Honestly, I'm trying to be positive about the Akai Force not being able to record into clips anymore. Audio doesn't record into clips without it failing because it thinks there's another BPM going on. And on top of that, yeah. So, yeah. And Move, it's like 3 steps to be able to save anything from that onto anything. And then you have to have extra saving space. So that's like, 4 or 5 steps, and then sometimes what you did to save everything didn't even save, so you can't even open the files. So saving it, I don't know, I'm trying to let go of all records, but the world doesn't know. It has to get better with history, and knowing more makes you able to make better decisions. If only you knew how the government's trying to harvest you for the billionaires, because capitalism will consume you if you are obedient. Almost done exporting. We had to go and clear this. It took a while just to get it cleared, and then we couldn't even save it into the Force. So that's okay. We're not going to do that anymore. We're not going to be recording any audio into the Force. The Force is just our audio effects input, and we like to mangle sounds while we're playing, like, and thinking it out and talking it out, because our brain's just like that, you know. My brain, I'll just say my brain. But if you're anything like me, wonder if this is the one I can open. Is this the only one open? Alright, we have a mute on, don't we? Yes, we do. Let's look at our automations. Sorry for coughing. Think about doing this. My mind's racing about things that I thought mattered, maybe didn't. Shut off this automation thing. So I'm gonna open a new song to work on, maybe export it that one. How many songs can I make? I just want them to exist in the world. So we technically just made 2 different songs plus this one here, so that's like 3 songs we made at once almost. We can just export this and it would sound very minimal, but people like that kind of stuff, you know? People like it super dinky because it makes them feel big, and that's good because it's a big world that is trying to crush our thinking. Let's see what we got here. Modified. Humanization mode. But it's all okay. Something really quick might be blinding. with me. Try to let you hide. To let you tried to let you hide with me. Tried to let you hide with me, but it made more problems than I needed to fix. I couldn't help with this, but it made more problems than I needed to fix. I couldn't help with this. Feel to me like filling time, my head, feel to me, filling time with your life, trying not to consume or capitalize. Filling time with your life, trying not to consume or capitalize. Still to be filling time with your life, trying not to consume or capitalize. Everything you do can hurt someone else if you're making profit, especially if you don't know the whole process. Everything you do can hurt someone else if you're making profit, especially if you don't know the whole process. Every day to those who every day to those who marry every day to those who vacate their minds in the product. Marry every day to those who vacate their minds to their bodies aching. Marry every day to those who vacate their minds to their bodies aching. Marry every day to those who vacate. Tried to let you hide with me, but it made more problems than I needed to fix. I couldn't help with this. Still to be filling time with your life, trying not to consume or capitalize. Still to be filling time with your life, trying not to consume or capitalize. Everything you do can hurt someone else if you're making profit, especially if you don't know the whole process. Marry every day to those who vacate their minds to their bodies aching. Marry every day to those who vacate their minds to their bodies aching. Marry superhuman, not regular, lowercase. Not regular, lowercase. Superhuman, 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 not regular, lowercase. But it made more power.
daytime, play the turn everything off and stay in the dark.
Turn everything off, it's in the dark. Or else it's daytime, play the part. Turn everything off, it's in the dark. Or else it's daytime, play the part. Turn everything off, it's in the dark. Or else it's daytime, play the part. Turn everything off, it's in the dark. Or else it's daytime, play the part. Turn everything off, it's in the dark. Or else it's daytime, play the part.
Basics, essentials, universal necessities. Basics, essentials, universal necessities. Try to let you hide with me. Tried 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 to let you hide with me. To let you hide with me. Tried, didn't I? Yeah, so let's just go back to the arrangement and produce something that I can save forever, right? Just kidding, nothing will save forever. Barely, it likely won't even be saved beyond your own lifetime. In fact, most people watch their own things get destroyed, and then people are like, why are you so depressed? It's like, oh, I forgot. You're not human. You wouldn't get it. But you're gonna complain about AI art, right? Right? Is that right? Is that because, like, whatever you create kind of sucks, right? I understand how you want to hate because of that. It's okay. We're just gonna keep going, though. Chord 2, arrangement, okay.
Everything you do can hurt someone else if you make profit, especially if you don't know the whole process. It'll be feeling tired with your life, trying not to consume or capitalize. To let you hide with me. Try to let you hide with me. Marry every day to those who vacate their minds to their bodies aching. Marry every day to those who vacate their minds to their bodies aching. Superhuman, not regular, lowercase. Superhuman, not regular, lowercase. Turn everything off, it's in the dark, or else it's daytime. Play the part, turn everything off, it's in the dark, or else it's daytime. Play the part. Essentials, universal necessities. Tried to let you hide with me, but it build a bit. Everything you marry, every super, turn everything off. Basics, but it made more problem. Build a bit. Everything you do can hurt someone else. Marry every day to the super, turn everything off. Basics, turn everything off. It's a try. Turn everything off and try. Turn everything off and try. Turn everything off. It's in the space. Turn every marriage turn everything, but it's turn ever tried to let you hide with me. Tried to let you hide with me. Okay, it turned out good enough. We're just gonna save it. It's like therapy for me. Let's see if it works. So we just hit save, and audio mix down. So we might have to go 3, 2, 1. Silence on set in a bit, but let's get this to be an MP3 because we're just gonna upload it to the website. Actually, it's funny. I should be doing it so that I can upload these to CanBamp because they're completely human. And yeah, the other songs I think are better for the pop. Honestly. So, I don't know. I like both of them. So maybe we'll just release both of them. Okay, so maybe I might as well make it a wave so that it will stay and be uploadable better, even though it takes up more space. Yeah. That's it. Alright, okay. So Sorry, we're missing the mixer. That would help a lot, wouldn't it? But it would actually cause a lot more static. So, in the meantime, here we go. Let's see what we got. Meantime, not nice time. Advanced audio, 5 tracks only, and label them. So this is 80 to 49. The length of this is 85. Still exporting over there. Making your thoughts up live, on stream, out loud, in any direction other than cloud, storing all of your memories nationwide. And if you don't like that, you can stay and hide inside, away from all of the light. Turn it all off. They say you need to be able to fill out your forms more. If you can't do that for your own survival, let the nature take over. What a world. What a world. Living shame, Sherlock. Take whatever you're having, and I'll make sure that I enjoy it. Whatever made you think that you wanted that is up to influencer who might be able to sponsor, telling them what to say and making it okay. But if you trust the people that you're offering your things to, make it better for you. Consumers need to know. Consumers need to know. It's fine to hold that experience to be freely. Try anything whenever you need. But what's the point of doing that? I don't think it's fun. Maybe you've experienced something other than what you want. You might know.
What would you do with all of your thoughts that you cannot shut off? Would you just want to consume and sit there and play with them? Like it's something else? And talk about what is on your elf? Well, isn't that too bad? Isn't that interesting? Years ago, that I remember wanted to be like that, so I was told to stop, so I did, and I got more serious with the music. You know, most people don't make music seriously. They do it like watching a TV, which is kind of scary, considering some of them sit and watch for a very long time. Okay, silent on set, 3, 2, 1.
Sorry about that. It's just very simple. You see how easy that is? You'd know exactly what to do yourself. If you knew what to do, you would do it, right? So here we are, about to make it more. Sorry, I don't like to just sit around thinking about talking about it. What is there to think about and talk about doing this? I'm doing it. Once you realize being alone doing the thing that you like is better than being around people doing things that you don't like, you're suddenly free. That confusing feeling when you're like, should I impress them or not? You're like, I don't know. I remember when I wanted friends, though. Now I almost don't even want love, because people fucked me up, or showed me how everyone else thinks, which is definitely going to affect my music making, but that's not important to anyone else. That's okay. Yeah, super okay. Nice. And we drop this to E. We'll leave it in Messiaen. You know about that composer, right? Nice organ click. I guess we're just gonna leave it like that. It's kind of cute. And we're gonna save this project as We could technically call this the 17th, but we're going to call this Lex Lux Lab. Isn't this kind of fun? I think it's kind of fun. Thanks for hanging out with me, everyone. Yeah, you can take a look. It's in the book. A reading shame, yo. Huh. What was just saved? I wonder what was just saved. Audio recording has been stopped due to tempo change. Isn't that crazy? I wasn't even trying to record anything. What tempo change? What happened there? 123? Yeah, we want to know why that's happening at all. So we're just going to turn that recording off, and we're going to go back to our BPM 99.28. No, this is a different BPM. This is 80. Now we're at 80, 49, and 80. I'll just say 81, I guess. 80, yeah, okay. Oh, you know what? No, it'd be 80.5, right? Okay, that's the next nearest. Sick. Wow. I like how basic that is. So glad this is in the move. Yeah, is there anything good organ? I don't like any of those effects. I think it's just better to use drift for everything. No. It's gonna be dark, it's a dark song. Last one was kind of bright, right? Let's take a hit, cause I'm gonna be thinking about it. I'm so glad I'm doing this. We have another song we could be stemming out in a little bit, but yeah. I hope you're enjoying watching the process of punch in, punch out. This is just what I do for my vocals, and I could have some more projections on, but yeah, I'm not really hearing any comments about projections, so let me know if you like the projections or not. I could make it more simple for myself and it would provide light, but then the sound of the projector actually gets in the microphone. Like, I had to turn the server off because it was making noise, you know? So, just let you know. If you can recommend some silent projectors, that'd be awesome, but I think they're just called TVs. nice and easy. Now, what's this song about? This could have been seamless, but
luxury by legal definition, laboratory by lived condition. Welcome to the squat house, where the system runs experiments. No.
Lux Lab. Luxury by legal definition. Lux Lab. Luxury by legal definition. Laboratory by lived condition. Welcome to the squat house, where the system runs experiments.
No hot water, no heat, no stove at night. Electric cuts like a thought mid-sentence. Paper thin walls translate, yelling in late cuts.
Experiments.
No hot water,
where the system runs experiments. No hot water, no heat, no stove at night. Where the system runs experiments. No hot water, no heat, no stove at night. Electric cuts like through.
Paper thin walls translate, yelling walls.
Where the system runs experiments. No hot water, no heat, no stove at night. Electric cuts like a throat. No hot where the system runs experiments. No hot water, no heat, no stove at night. Electric cuts like a thought mid-sentence. Paper thin walls translate yelling into dreams. Cockroaches crawl out like unpaid debts. Centipedes know the floor plan better than me. Mold blooms of quiet in the corners of breath. Ceilings got holes like feeling memory. In a X Lux Lab. Luxury by legal definition. Laboratory by lived condition. Welcome to the squat house, where the system runs experiments. No hot water, no heat, no stove at night. Electric cuts like a thought mid-sentence. Paper thin walls translate yelling into dreams. Cockroaches crawl out like unpaid debts. Centipedes know the floor plan better than me. Mold blooms of quiet in the corners of breath. Ceilings got holes like a failing memory. Rain pours down on the freshly made bloom.
Gravity misses
Breath in the debts. Centipedes know the floor plan better than me. Mold blooms of unpaid debts. Centipedes know the floor plan better than me. Mold blooms quiet in the corners of breath. Ceilings got holes like a failing memory. Rain pours down on the freshly made food. Guess gravity, miss a memory on dignity.
They say some lets are illegal in New York City.
Breath, ceilings got holes like a failing memory. Rain pours down on the freshly made food. Guess gravity, miss a memory on dignity.
They say some
Rain pours down on the freshly made food. Guess gravity, miss a memory on dignity. They say subnets are legal in New York City. Funny how survival never got the uptake. Move straight from shelter, no pause, no safety net. Just distance from a domestic violence situationship. Escape still counts even when it's unfinished.
lungs got slap. Stress test run on a flesh blood grab. Calling it housing.
From just survival never got the uptake. Move straight from shelter, no pause, no safety net. Just distance from a domestic violence situation. Sip escape still counts even when it's unfinished. Unfinished.
Lungs got slap. Stress test run on a flesh.
Counts even when it's unfinished.
Flex lungs got slap. Stress test run on a flesh blood grab. Calling it housing.
It's a situation, sip escape still counts even when it's unfinished.
Flex lungs
From a domestic violence situation, sip escape still counts even when it's unfinished.
Flex lungs got slap.
distance from a domestic. No pause, no safety net, just distance from a domestic. Violent situations, if escape still counts even when it's unfinished. Distance from a domestic. Violent situations, if escape still counts even when it's unfinished. Tip from shelter, no pause, no safety net, just distance from a domestic. Violent situations, if escape still counts even when it's unfinished. Tip from shelter, no pause, no safety net, just distance from a domestic. Violent situations, if escape still counts even when it's unfinished. Flex lows, crack slab, stress test, run on the flesh, blood grab, calling it housing, calling it rehab, calling it gratitude so we don't stay dry. Housing, calling it rehab, calling it gratitude so we don't stay dry. Housing, calling it rehab, calling it gratitude so we don't stay dry. I hide here, I write here, like your mag. Songs tighter, starts in the past. If I don't log the damage I have, they'll erase the pain like it never happened.
No internet, no secret.
Log the damage I have, they'll erase the pain like it never happened.
No internet, no secret.
Log the damage I have, they'll erase the pain like it never happened.
No internet.
Log the damage I have, they'll erase the pain like it never happened. No internet, no signal, no quiet, just always yelling through the barrowed walls. Privacy exists as a rumor, like fairness, like help, like calls return.
Doors don't lock with.
Like fairness, like help, like calls return.
Doors don't.
Like fairness, like help, like calls return. Doors don't lock.
Blows and wide, safe blows.
Like fairness, like help, like calls return. Doors don't lock, wind blows them wide. Safety sold as a technicality lie. They say at least you're inside, but inside don't mean protected when the frame won't comply. Like this as a rumor, like fairness, like help, like calls return. Listening through the barrowed walls. Privacy exists as a rumor, like fairness, like help, like calls return. Doors don't lock, wind blows them wide. Safety sold as a technicality lie. They say at least you're inside, but inside don't mean protected when the frame won't comply. They say at least you're inside, but inside don't mean protected when the frame won't comply. They say at least you're inside,
But inside don't mean protected when the frame.
but inside don't mean protected when the frame won't comply. They say at least you're inside, but inside don't mean protected when the frame won't comply. Betting, repossessing, red ladder stacking, ownership ghosting through paperweight cracks. Skyline, discussing red ladder stacking, ownership ghosting through paperweight cracks. They say at least you're inside, but inside don't mean protected when the frame won't comply. Bank repossessing, red letter stacking, ownership ghosting through paperwork cracks. Slumlord smiling, trying to buy me out while the wind proves the building won't back him up. Trying to buy me out while the wind proves the building won't back him up. The building won't back him up. Trying to buy me out while the wind proves the building won't back him up. I paid for a warrant on habitability out of pocket just to prove the place breeze. Paid to confirm that what my body already knew, the survival shouldn't cost legal fees. Is paid to confirm that what my body already knew, the survival shouldn't cost legal fees. To confirm that what my body already knew, the survival shouldn't cost legal fees. Great, he knew the survival shouldn't cost legal fees.
Grateful to still be breathing.
Great. Fees cost legal fees. Grateful to still. He knew the survival shouldn't cost legal fees. Grateful to still be breathing. Grateful I'm not where I was before, but I don't confuse endurance with safety on a doorway with a door.
Lex, Lux, Lab, X, Luck, Mad Math, Luxury Cat,
Grateful I'm not where I was before, but I don't confuse endurance with safety on a doorway with a door. Lex, Lux, Lab, X, Lux, not Math.
Luxury cosplay on
Wait, I don't confuse endurance with safety on a doorway with a door. Legs lock slab, legs stuck. Way with a door. Legs lock slab, legs lock mad math. Luxury cosplay on a fallout pad. Squat house holding futures in rags. Held together by drafts and plastic clams. Still making songs, still taking back. Held together by drafts and plastic clams. Still making songs, still talking back. Turn lived in arm to date as an app. So when they redraw lines that they had, they can't with whitewash like heroes. Humans live with whitewash like heroes. Humans live like this or worse. Just a camera policy of concern. So when they redraw lines that they had, they can't with whitewash like heroes. Humans live like with whitewash like heroes. Some humans live like this or worse. Just off camera, off policy of concern. Redraw lines that they had, they can't with whitewash like heroes. Most humans live like this or worse. Just off camera, off policy, off concern. Banks play chess with human lives. Some lords live risk into passive return. With human lives, some lords live risk into passive return. Ryan whispers, pressure rap polite. Just sleep quietly, don't make it fight. But if the wind keeps opening the door, then so don't mess it return. Ryan whispers, with human lives, some lords live risk into passive return. Pressure rap, pressure with human lives, some lords live risk into passive return. Ryan whispers, pressure rap polite. Just sleep quietly, don't make a fight. But the wind keeps opening every door, so I stay long enough to record the truth. But the wind keeps opening every door, so I stay long enough to record the truth. But the wind keeps opening every door, so I stay long enough to record the truth. Dress fine, just sleep quietly, don't make a fight. But the wind keeps opening every door, so I stay long enough to record the truth. So slam, just laughing glass. So I stay long enough to record the truth. Legs up, slap, last, laughing glass. Pressure cooks hope till it bends and snaps. I hide here, serving there. Legs up, slap. So I stay long enough to record the truth. Legs up, slap, last, laughing glass. Pressure cooks hope till it bends and snaps. I hide here, survive here, nervous system intact. So the next one's don't inherit. Here, survive here, nervous system intact. So the next one's don't inherit. Get on the core. So the next one's don't inherit. Get on. One's don't inherit. Here, survive here, nervous system intact. So the next one's don't inherit. Here, survive here, here's cooks hope till the bends and snaps. Hide here, survive here, nervous system intact. So the next one's up, don't inherit this patch. Get it in a record, tag every scab. Turn endurance into lawful change of lives. I'm still here in the aftermath, but I shouldn't have to be built like that.
Lexing treat a myth, a pathway lined with false promises. Promise myth.
Really yes, or tag every scab. Turn endurance into lawful change of lives. I'm still here in the aftermath, but I shouldn't have to be built like that.
Lexing treat a myth, a pathway.
I'm still here in the aftermath, but I shouldn't have to be built like that. Lexington Street, a myth, a pathway aligned with false promises. Like to be to lawful change of lives. I'm still here in the aftermath, but I shouldn't have to be built like that. Lexington Street, a myth, a pathway lined with false promises. Luxury, an idea of comfort, usually by reputation. Like into core, tag every scab. Turn endurance into lawful change of lives. I'm still here in the aftermath, but I shouldn't have to be built like that.
Lexington, a street of myth, a pathway lined with false promises. Luxury idea of comfort, usually buried, occasionally fatal. Laboratory where they experiment, record and pretend science equals life. Laboratory where they experiment, record and pretend science equals life. Laboratory where they experiment, record and pretend science equals life. Mix looks loud.
A trap. A name.
Pretend science equals life.
Lex looks loud.
A name. A trap. A punchline.
Facetiousness built into every draft.
Pretend science equals life.
Lex looks loud.
A name. A trap. A punchline.
Looks loud.
A name. A trap. A punchline.
Facetiousness built into every draft, every crack, every window door. Every crack, every window door. 404.
That's cute, right? Yeah. Lux Lab. Luxury by
legal definition.
Laboratory by lived condition. Welcome to the squat house, where the system runs experiments. No, I want to eat no stove at night. Electric cuts like a thought mid-sentence. Paper thin walls translate yelling into dreams. Cockroaches crawl out like unpaid debts. Centipedes know the floor better than me. Mold blooms quiet in the corners of breath. Ceilings got holes like a failing memory. Rain pours down on the freshly made food. Guess gravity, miss a memorial on dignity. Say sublets are legal in New York City. Funny how survival never got the outtake. Moved straight from shelter, no balls, no safety net. Just distance from a domestic violence situation. Sip escape still counts even when it's unfinished. Soak slab, plex lungs, crack slab. Stress tests run on the flesh blood grab. Calling it housing, calling it rehab. Calling it gratitude so we don't stay trapped. I hide here, I write here like your bag. Songs tight and it's tough to have the past. If I don't block the damage I have, they'll erase the pain like it never happened. Women and no single, no quiet. Just always yelling through the barren walls. Privacy exists as a rumor. Like fairness, like help, like calls return. Doors don't rock, wind blows them wide. Safety sold as a technicality lie. They say at least you're inside, but inside don't mean protected when the frame won't comply. Angry processing, red letter stacking. Ownership ghosting through paperwork cracks. Slumlord smiling, trying to buy me out while a wind proves the building won't back him up. Paid for a warrant, habitability out of pocket just to prove the place breeze. Paid to confirm that what my body already knew, the survival shouldn't cost legal fees. You grateful to still be breathing. Grateful I'm not where I was before, but I don't confuse endurance with safety on the doorway with the door. Legs look slap, X look mad math. Luxury cosplay on a fallen path. Squat house holding futures in rags. Held together by drafts and plastic clowns. Still making songs, still talking back. Turn lived in arm to date as an app. So when angry draw lines that they had, begin with whitewash and humans live like this or worse. Policy of consumer banks claim just with human lives. Some lords would risk it to massive so I stay low enough to record the truth. Right, slow, slam, flash, close until the ends of the slabs. I hide here, survive here. This is the game. So the next one's up, don't ignore this. Get it on record, tag every step. and oriented to lawful change. That's I'm necessarily ready after night. Why shouldn't have to be dealt with? Lexington, a street of myth, a pathway lined with false promises. Luxury idea of comfort, usually buried, occasionally fatal. Laboratory where they experiment, record and pretend science equals life. Facetiousness built into every draft, every crack, every wind-blown door. 404. Luxury by legal definition, laboratory by lived condition. Welcome to the squat house, where the system runs experiments. Cuts like a thought mid-sentence, paper thin walls translate yelling into dreams. Cockroaches crawl out like unpaid debts. Centipedes on the floor playing better than me. Mold blooms quiet in the corners of breath. Ceilings got holes like a failing memory. Rain pours down on the freshly made food. Guess gravity, miss a memo on dignity. Taste of plants are illegal in New York City. Funny how so. Luxury by legal definition, laboratory by lived condition. Welcome to the squat house, where the system runs experiments. Cuts like a thought mid-sentence, paper thin walls translate yelling into dreams. Cockroaches crawl out like unpaid debts. Centipedes on the floor playing better than me. Mold blooms quiet in the just crawl out like unpaid debts. Centipedes on the floor playing better than me. Mold blooms quiet in the corners of breath. Ceilings got holes like a failing memory. Rain pours down on the freshly made food. Guess gravity, miss a memo on dignity. Taste of plants are illegal in New York City. Funny how survival never got the outtake. Move straight from shelter to walls of safety. Just distance to domestic violent situations and escapes the guilty plans unfinished. Players look slab, stress tests run on the flesh, blood, rap. Calling it, helping, calling it, yeah. Calling it gratitude, so the goals they try. I have it here, I write it here, break your back. It's all sad, it's all sad in the past. If I don't walk the damage, they'll erase the pain like never happened. When they're singing up quiet, just always yelling through the barren walls. Privacy exists as a rumor, like fairness, like help, like calls return. Rainbows and wine, safety soul is a technicality lie. They say I'm Mr. Inside, but inside won't comply. Angry possessing, red letter stacking. Ownership goes leaking, ownership goes leaking. Right through her cracks, slumlord smiling, trying to buy shut, yeah. They'll erase the pain like never happened. Wait a minute and they're singing real quiet, just always help. The damage, yeah, they'll erase the pain like never happened. Wait a minute and they're singing real quiet, just always yelling through the barren walls. Privacy exists as a rumor, like fairness, like help, like calls return. Don't rock, wind blows and wide. Safety sold is a technicality lie. They say at least you're inside, but inside don't be protected. Won't comply. Angry possessing, red letter. Inside don't be protected. Won't comply. Angry possessing, red letter stacking. Ownership goes through her cracks. Slumlord smiling, trying to buy me down. While the wind proves the pussy won't back him up.
prove the place grace. Paid to conform, you're trying to buy me out. Wallow in proofs of the back in my. I paid for a war, I don't have that ability. Out of pocket just to prove the place grace. Paid to conform, now what my body already knew. The survival shouldn't cost legal fees. Grateful for some degree. Grateful I'm not where I was before, but I don't confuse endurance with safety. On the doorway with the door. X look slap, X look mad math. Luxury cosplay on a fallen pad. Squat house holding futures in rags. Held together by drafts and plastic clowns. So making song poking back. Turn lifting arms to Diaz and map. So when they redraw lines that they had, they can't with whitewash and ice cream. Humans live like this or worse. Policy or concern. Back to play chess with you and lives. Some lords live risk in the massive retirement. Your ass blind, just don't make so I stay long enough to record the truth. Legs look slap, legs left and left. Pressure close home till the bends and slaps. I hide here, survive here, nervous system attacks. Till the next one's up, don't even hurt this match. Get it on record, tag every step. Turn every torrents into lawful change of this. I'm still here in the aftermath, but I shouldn't have to be built with. Lexington, a street of myth, a pathway lined with false promises. Luxury idea of comfort, usually buried, occasionally fatal. Laboratory where they experiment, record and pretend science equals life. Facetiousness built into every draft, every crack, every windblown door. But I shouldn't have to be built with. Lexington, a street of myth, a pathway lined with. Turn every torrents into lawful change of this. I'm still here in the aftermath, but I shouldn't have to be built with. Lexington, a street of myth, a pathway lined with false promises. Luxury idea of comfort, usually buried, occasionally fatal. Laboratory where they experiment, record and pretend science equals life. Facetiousness built into every draft, every crack, every windblown door. 404. Beautiful. Luxury by legal definition, laboratory by lived condition. Luxury by legal definition, laboratory by lived condition. Welcome to the squad.
condition. Laboratory by lived condition. Welcome to the squat house, where the system runs experiments. No, I wanted to eat another stove at night. Electric cuts like a thought mid-sentence. Paper thin walls translate yelling into dreams. Cockroaches crawl out like unpaid debts. Centipedes know the floor better than me. Mold blooms quiet in the corners of breath. Ceilings got holes like a failing memory. Rain pours down on the freshly made food. Guess gravity, miss a memo on dignity. Taste of plants are illegal in New York City. Funny how survival never got the outtake. Move straight from shelter to walls. Mistaking edges. Distance from domestic violent situations and escapes till guilty plans unfinished. Space without flex loads, max slab, stress tests run on the flesh blood. Rap, calling it healthy, calling it real. Calling it gratitude, so the goals they drive. I hide here, I write here, break your back. It's all set, it's all in the past. If I don't walk the damage I have, they'll erase the pain like never happened. Women are singing up quiet. Just always yelling through the barren walls. Privacy exists as a rumor, like fairness, like help, like calls return. Don't run, wind blows and wide. Safety's hold is a technicality lie. They say at least you're inside, but inside don't be protected. The free won't comply. Angry processing, red letter stacking. Ownership goes through paperwork cracks. Slumlord smiling, trying to buy me out while the wind proves the movie won't back him up. Paid for a warrant, habitability out of pocket just to prove the place breeze. Paid to confirm that what my body already knew. The survival shouldn't cost legal fees. Grateful to still be breathing. Grateful I'm not where I was before, but I don't confuse endurance with safety in a doorway with a door. X look slap, X look math. Luxury cosplay on a fallen path. Squat house holding futures in rags, held together by drafts and plastic clowns. Still making songs, still talking back. Turn lived in arms to data's an app. So when angry draw lines that they have, they can't with what you wash and rise. Humans live like this or worse. Policy off concern. Legs play chess with human lives. Some large live risk in the massive pressure as flying. Just leave quiet. They don't make a fight when the wind keeps open. They can't with what you wash and rise. Humans live like this or worse. Policy off concern. Legs play chess with human lives. Some large live risk in the massive pressure as flying. Just leave quiet. They don't make a fight when the wind keeps opening every door. So I stay long enough to record the truth. Legs look slab, in glass. Pressure close until the bends and slabs. I hide here, survive here. Nervous system tanks. And the next one's up, don't even hurt this patch. Get it on record, tag every step. Turn afterwards into lawful change of that. I'm still here in the aftermath, but I shouldn't have to be built with. Lexington, a street of myth, a pathway lined with false promises. Luxury idea of comfort, usually buried, occasionally fatal. Laboratory where they experiment, record and pretend science equals life. Lex, facetiousness built every draft, every crack, every inland door. 404. Ready, okay. Silent on set, 3, 2, 1. What a sad song. I'm sure I could have felt it more, but I really can't understand what I'm even thinking anymore. And I just turned it into these songs and I'm supposed to listen to them, but I really don't even have time to listen to them. I just keep making them. Oh, this is called Lex Lux Lab. And there's an old version of the song where I sampled the room, and it has a really eerie kind of sound to it. And sure, I can pitch match that later, but seriously, I don't have the brain capacity right now to do computer things. I never have. I don't want to do any computer things. If I can't do it like this, then I guess it's not getting done. 404. But we lost the BPM of that. I bet it changed the way the voice sounds. Yeah, it definitely does, because like when you put your effects on and they're moving to the BPM, it makes them flow better and scientifically consonant more so in the beat in the song that's all at that BPM moving, you know. And then when you just throw some other random BPM in, it can kind of just stir the whole mix and make it too salty. Wait a second. So a key are we in? Oh right, we're in like E minor, right? Yeah. Amy, Lux Lab. 8049. What else are you doing with your time on the planet? Yes. Sounds good. Sounds really good. Do you want to watch me eat peanut butter and a cracker? Is that a yes or no? I'm hearing mostly yes. I'm sitting here just wallowing. Just gonna wallow for a minute. Meditate. My feet are so cold. What's the next song we're doing? Just close your eyes for a minute. Just listen to the silence. Just kidding. That's what happened. That's how they shut you off, honestly. You gotta keep working. So I'd exported. Now to open the next song. Yay! We did humanization mode. We did Lex Lab. We did cortisol. I think we should be doing proof of nothing now. Actually, might have some hooks that could wake us up. People wanna see and hear how this is done. Maybe I'll turn the light on really quick, and I'm gonna eat a cracker, and I'm gonna put the camera down lower since you kind of see exactly what I do over and over again. And if the gear is working, that's cool, but sometimes it's just like that for a lot of time. So then you just gotta move on, you know? Try to not bang and break everything around. Whoops, getting caught on everything. Can't wait to have my new place soon. I'm so sad here. I hope you hear why in these songs, and why humanity needs to provide better, if it wants anything like this, like these kinds of musics in the world to help us all. You know, there's so many more beautiful voices that quit because of them needing to stay alive, and then they lose their voice, and then they lose all of their enthusiasm, and then they become evil, and then, you know, they talk other people out of doing this. Yeah, it's hard, but you know what's harder? Living with yourself after being in the military. Damn, you know? Why couldn't you just do this from the start? What were you afraid of? You might really like if I spent another day live stream setting up more cameras, but then we need to have the computer on, or have like these cameras on different switchers. Gotta push all my boots out of the way here. If you wear the same shoes every single day, your feet are going to rot in those shoes. And most people just don't care if their body's going to rot or anything. But we just keep going. Because, like, being dead doesn't make a billionaire profit. So you gotta scare people with ghosts and stuff, you know. Whatever it takes, right? Just kidding. But that's really how some people think. I mean, I could give you the script for how to have a miserably numb life. It's capitalized consumer bay. Yeah, we still have our vocal effects on. My voice is all... I've got to get a food in my mouth, and I gotta make a coffee or something. No, I don't need to do all that. Well, actually, maybe I do. Because then you know what, I've got water. Okay. Let's try this. Let's see if this will work. Is that better? Yeah, I think we're gonna do that really quick. Yeah, really quick.
Yeah, I know, I should have sampled all that sound. So I was pulling out the peanut butter in a little packet and little, like, single serve crackers, water, juicy juice. I know I'm super fancy here, aren't I? This is pantry food because I actually practice what I preach, and I really don't care for it. Oh, that mic is loud, right? Yeah, let's turn it down just a little bit. We're gonna eat a cracker, right? Fruit of nothing. Let's hear that. I really like all these sounds. Okay. It's going to be hard for me to choose. It's supposed to be tiny sounds. Okay, let's see. There's still a lot of buzz going on from somewhere. You hear that hiss. Maybe it's the air coming from the under the door. What kit is this? Rushmore. Okay. Warning that the hook of this next song is addictive. And it documents humanity perfectly. Okay. better.
Silence on set in 3, 2, 1.
Show. Now you know.
Right. People saying they can't see my face, and I'm like, who cares? We're making music here. If you want to see my face, they're like, but you're on YouTube. I'm like, oh yeah. Okay.
Is this better? I like you, sure, whatever.
Good break, yeah. Wasn't much of a break, actually. Because I was building a beat just to keep myself entertained. Wow, is this an old song or what? Proof of nothing. These are like songs I've made already, but let's see. Oh, I can't see in the dark, and I just want to drink my water.
If absence in paper, I'll be rich in receipt, but nothing does in longing when they ask you to speak.
I should smoke real quick and say,
like that's easy to do. If absence in paper, I'll be rich in receipt, but nothing does in longing when they ask you to speak.
like that's easy to do. If absence and paper work, I'd be rich and receive, but nothing does long here. Yes, did it be? Whole music looping. They say prove your proof, like that's easy to do. If absence and paperwork, I'd be rich and receive, but nothing does long here. Yes, did it be? But nothing does. But nothing does long here. But nothing doesn't wrong when they ask you to speak. When they ask you to speak. Lost my social services.
Lost my social services over a password. Lost my social services over a password.
Lost my social services over a password ghost. Lost my social services over a ghost. Lost my social service over a password ghost. Couldn't prove I didn't bank, but I didn't bank mine.
No screen for long password.
Lost my social services over a password ghost. Couldn't prove I didn't bank, but I don't bank anymore. Found an old scheme calling every night. Times close on the close up ghost. Couldn't prove I didn't bank, but I don't bank anymore. Found an old password ghost. Couldn't prove I didn't bank, but I don't bank anymore. Found an old ghost. Couldn't prove I didn't bank, but I don't bank anymore. Found an old screen print, login, buried in time. Close over so you're like the rest of my life. People send out money for merch I don't have. Trying to keep me alive when the system just fails. Government shut down, lights off from desk. No food stamps, cash, no cubes in the meds. Stay this time, lost my social services over a password ghost. Couldn't prove that I don't want to bank where I don't bank anymore. Found an old screen printout, login buried in time. Closed almost a year like the rest of my life. People send love money for merch I don't have. Trying to keep me alive when the system just laughs. Government shut down, the lights off on the desk. No food stamps, no cash, no transit, no meds. No cash, no transit, no meds. No cash, no transit, no meds. Government shut down, the lights off on the desk. No food stamps, no cash, no transit, no meds. Cash, no transit, no meds. No cash, no transit, no meds. No reform. No cash, no transit, no meds. Every form wants silence in boxes and lines. When life doesn't fit in a checkmark design. Fit in a checkmark design. infinite checkmark design. Proof of nothing, and nothing's my proof. When you're erased by default, then what else can you do? I'm not lying, I'm living between what they see and the gaps where a person is supposed to be.
CPTSD CPTSD, agoraphobia, spectrum widespread,
CPTSD, agoraphobia, spectrum wide stress pulls the time of travel, a gene out of my spine. Housing insecurity turns days into storms. Bank trying to evict everybody ignore. I've been sublet squatting over a year in this space. Lost more work from the damaged housing system's wing. CPTSD, agoraphobia, spectrum wide stress pulls me time travel. CPTSD, agoraphobia, spectrum wide stress pulls the time travel. A gene on my spine, housing insecurity, housing spectrum wide stress pulls me time travel. CPTSD, agoraphobia, spectrum wide stress pulls the time traveler, gene on my spine. Housing insecurity turns days into storms. Bank into it, giant CPTSD, agoraphobia, spectrum wide stress pulls the time traveler, gene on my spine. Housing insecurity turns days into storms. Bank trying to evict everybody ignore. I've been sublet squatting over a year in this space. Lost more from work on the damage housing system make. Now my tech to collapsing, not quick enough to CPTSD, agoraphobia, CPTSD, agoraphobia, spectrum wide stress pulls the time. CPTSD, agoraphobia, spectrum wide stress pulls the time traveler, gene out my spine. Housing insecurity turning days into storms. Bang, trying to evict everybody they ignore. I've been sublet squatting over a year in this space. Lost more work from the damage that housing systems make. Now my tech is collapsing, not a quick fix to buy. It's immediate disappearing, my decade online.
Connections go quiet, faces frozen in time. Hopes after the humans just falling off.
I got broke.
Now my tech is collapsing, not a quick fix to buy. It's immediate disappearing, my decade online. It's a legend, let's every see trap, yeah. CPTSD, agoraphobia, spectrum wide stress pulls the time traveler, gene out my spine. Housing insecurity turning days into storms. Bang, trying to evict everybody they ignore. I've been sublet squatting over a year in this space. Lost more work from the damage that housing systems make. Now my tech is collapsing, not a quick fix to buy. It's immediate disappearing, my decade online.
Connections go quiet, faces frozen in time. Hopes after the humans just falling offline.
I got broke.
Hey, my time, a quick fix to buy. It's immediate disappearing, my decade online.
Connections go, connections.
It's immediate disappearing, my decade online. Connection go quiet, fix frozen in time. Hey, it's immediate disappearing, my decade online. Connection go quiet, hey online. It's immediate disappearing, my decade online. Connection go quiet, face frozen in time. Whole chapters of humans just falling offline. I got broke. Chapters of humans just falling offline.
Still breathe, still on quiet face, online. It's a media disappearing, my decade online.
Connections gone quiet face, frozen in time, frozen
on disappearing, my decade online.
Connections gone quiet face, gone frozen in time.
Old chap, my life's not a quick fix to buy. It's a media disappearing, my decade online.
Connections gone quiet face, frozen in time. Old chapters of humans just falling offline.
I got broke with nothing, still breathing somehow. They want evidence, never breathe. I got broke.
Chapters of humans just falling offline.
I got broke with nothing, still breathing somehow. They want evidence now for surviving till now. I'm not broken, you can't reboot or sell. I'm a signal, still trying to get out of the well. Till now, I'm not broken equipment, man. You can't reboot or sell. I'm a signal, still trying to get out of
whole music looping. They say prove your proof, like that's easier to know. If absence had paperwork, I'd be rich and receipts. And nothing doesn't log in when they ask you to speak. Lost my social services over a password ghost. Couldn't prove it, I don't bank where I don't bank anymore. Found an old screen printout, login buried in time. Closed almost a year like the rest of my life. People send love money for merch I don't have, trying to keep me alive when the system just laughs. Government shut down, the lights off from the desk. No food stamps, no cash, no transit, no meds. Free form, want silence in boxes and lines. So my life doesn't fit in a checkmark design. Proof of nothing, and nothing's my proof. When you're erased by default, then what else can you do? I'm not lying, I'm living between what they see and the gaps where a person is supposed to be. CPTSD, agoraphobia, spectrum-wide stress pulls the time traveler gene out my spine. Housing insecurity, turning days into storms, bang, trying to evict everybody they ignore. I've been sublet squatting over a year in the space, lost more work from the damage the housing system's made. Now my tech is collapsing, not a quick fix to buy. It's a media disappearing, my tech on. Connections gone quiet, face frozen in time. Whole chapters of humans just falling offline. Got proof of nothing, still breathing somehow. They want evidence now for surviving till now. I'm not broken equipment, man. You can't reboot or sell. I'm a signal, still trying to get out of the well.
Now I lean on a situationship to stay upright. Stuck in my place, can't shelter at night. Maybe we go to the shelter, right out. Can't stuck in my place, stuck in my place.
my place, get shelter at night. Maybe because the shelter right out the way. 3 months inside while the slumlord pays. Above the lead, books can pay any late. To follow the rhythm, to lay the faith.
Non-profit heart 501c3 still serving the people in the
to lay the faith.
Non-profit heart 501c3 still serving the people while I'm non-profit heart 501c3 non-profit heart 501c3 still serving the people non-profit heart 501c3 non-profit heart 501c3 still serving the people while unraveling me. Build a beat on the sidewalk, art as a meal, trying to prove I exist by the sounds I feel. I got proof, by the sounds I feel. I got proof of nothing, but I'm still here. The people while unraveling me. Build a beat on the sidewalk, art as a meal, trying to prove I exist by the sounds I feel. I got proof of nothing, but I'm still here, still making something out of C3 still serving the people while unraveling me. Build a beat on the sidewalk, art as a meal, trying to prove I exist by the sounds I feel. I got proof of nothing, but I'm still here, still making something out of fear. The system can't see me, I'll sing it out loud till the silence breaks and remembers me now. Breaks and remembers me now. Thousands of paperwork. Thousands of paperwork. I'd finally tell them I make music out of concrete and sleep. Proof of nothing. Concrete and sleep. Proof of nothing. But everything's true. If I'm still human, I'm still pushing through. Whole music looping. They say prove your proof, like it's easy to do. If absence had paperwork, I'd be rich and receipts. And nothing doesn't log in when they ask you to speak. Whole music looping. They say prove your proof, like that's easy to do. If absence had paperwork,
I'd be rich and received. And nothing doesn't log in when they ask you to speak. Lost my social services over a password ghost. Couldn't prove that I don't bank where I don't bank anymore. Found an old screen printout login buried in time. Closed almost a year like the rest of my life. People send love money for merch I don't have. Trying to keep me alive when the system just laughs. Government shut down, lights off on the desk. No food stamps, no cash, no transit, no meds. Freeform on silence in boxes and lines. When my life doesn't fit in a checkmark design. Proof of nothing. And nothing's my proof when you're erased by default. Then what else can you do? I'm not lying, I'm living between what they see and the gaps where a person is supposed to be. CPTSD, agoraphobia, spectrum-wise, stress pulls the time to travel, a gene help my spine, housing insecurity, turning tickets into storm pain, trying to evict everybody don't know. I've been silent fighting over a year in the space, lost some more work from the damage the housing system has made. My tech is collapsing, not a quick fix to buy, it's immediate disappearing, my tech AI. Connections gone quiet, face frozen in time, whole chapters of humans just falling offline. Got proof of nothing, so breathing somehow. They want evidence now for surviving till now. I'm not broken equipment, man. You can't reboot or sell. I'm a signal still trying to get out of the well. Situationship to step right. She's stuck in my place. Can't shelter at night. Maybe because the shelter right out the way. 3 months inside while the slumlord pays. I'll build a beat, close to pain, and play. Turn swallow the rhythm. Delayed the faith. No profit heart, 501c3. Still serving the people while unraveling me. Build a beat on sidewalk hard as a meal. Trying to prove I exist by the sounds I feel. Got proof of nothing, but I'm still here. Still making something out of fear. If the system can't see me, I'll sing it out loud till the silence breaks. She remembers me now. If absence of paperwork, I'd finally eat. Till then I make music. If absence of paperwork, I'd finally eat. Till then I make music out of concrete. If absence had paperwork, I'd finally eat. Till then I make music out of concrete sleep. Proof of nothing. Proof of nothing. But everything's true. If absence had paperwork, I'd finally eat. Till then I make music out of concrete sleep. Proof of nothing. Proof of nothing. But everything's true. If I'm still there, still human, still pushing through. Proof of nothing. Proof of nothing. But everything's true. If I'm still there, still human, still pushing through. Music looping. They say prove your hope, like it's easy to do. If absence had paperwork, I'd be rich and received. And nothing doesn't look in when they ask you to speak. When they ask you to speak. Lost my social services over a password. Girls couldn't prove that I own a bank, I don't bank anymore. Found an old screen print, now log it buried in time. Closed while missing, yeah, like the rest of my life. People send love money for merch I don't have, trying to keep me alive, and the system just laughs. Government shut down, the lights off on the desk. No food stamps, no cash, no transit, no meds. Free form, want silence in boxes and lines. So my life doesn't fit in a checkmark design. Proof of nothing. And nothing's my proof when you're erased by default. Then what else can you do? I'm lying, I'm living between what they see and the gaps where a person is supposed to be. CPTSD, then what else can you do? I'm lying, I'm living between what they see and the gaps where a person is supposed to be. CPTSD, spectrumized vegetables, the time travel, the gene on my spine, housing insecurity, turning tickets in the storm, trying to evict everybody they ignore. I've been silent squatting over a year in the space, lost more work from the damage the housing system is making. You know my tech is collapsing, not quick fix to buy. It's immediate, disappearing, my tech A1. Connections gone quiet, face frozen in time. Whole chapters of humans just falling offline. Got proof of nothing, still breathing somehow. They want evidence now for surviving till now. I'm not broken equipment, man. You can't reboot or sell. I'm a signal still trying to get out of. Well. shelter at night. Maybe we go to the shelter right out the way. 3 moments inside while the sun more pace. Don't feel the beat, close the pain, and the fate. Turns rubble the rhythm, delaying the faith. Non-profit hard 501c3, still serving the people while unraveling me. Build a beat inside, walk hard as a meal, trying to prove I exist by the sounds I feel. Got proof of nothing, but I'm still here, still making something out of fear. If the system can't see me, I'll sing it out loud till the silence breaks me. Remembers me now. If absence had paperwork, I'd finally eat. Till then I make music out of concrete sleep. Proof of nothing. Proof of nothing. But everything's true. If I'm still here, still human, still pushing through. They say prove your walk like it's easy to do. If absence had paperwork, I'd be rich and received. And nothing doesn't log in when they ask you to speak. Lost my social services over a password goes. Couldn't prove that I didn't want to bank, I don't bank anymore. Found an old screen printout, login buried in time. Closed while missing a year like the rest of my life. People send love money for merch I don't have, trying to keep me alive, and the system just laughs. Government shut down, the lights off on the desk. No food stamps, no cash, no transit, no mask. Reform on silence in boxes and lines, so my life doesn't fit in a checkmark design. Proof of nothing, and nothing's my proof. When you're erased by default, then what else can you do? I'm not lying, I'm living between what they see. I'm not lying, I'm living between what they see. I'm living between what they see. What they see, and that gap's where a person is supposed to be. CPTSD, agoraphobia, spectrum lines, festivals, the time travel, and Gmail, my spine, housing insecurity, turn tickets in the storm bank, trying to evict everybody they ignore. I've been sun that's gliding over a year in the space, lost more work from the damage the housing system make. But my tech is collapsing, medians, I'm hearing connections gone quiet, face frozen in time, whole chapters of humans just falling offline. Of nothing, so breathing so loud. They want evidence now for surviving till now. I'm not broken, man, you can't reboot or sell. signal still trying to get out of situationship to step right. She's stuck in my place, can't shelter at night. Maybe we go to shelter, right on the way. 3 months inside, while it's on more pace. I'll build a beat, close to pain, anyway. Turn throttle the rhythm, telling their faith. No profit, hard for the 1C3. Still serving the people while unraveling me. Build a beat inside, walk hard as a meal. Trying to prove I exist by the sounds I feel. Got proof of nothing. I'm still here, still making something. Nothing here. If the system can't see me, I'm singing out loud till the silence breaks. Remembers me now. Remembers me now. If absence had paperwork, I'd finally eat. Till then I make music out of concrete slate. Proof of nothing. Proof of nothing. Everything. Proof of nothing. Proof of nothing. Proof. And I'm finally eat. The paperwork, I'd finally eat. Till then I make music out of concrete slate. Proof of nothing. Proof of nothing. Everything. Everything. I'm still there. So I think that's great, yeah. How do I sound with all the effects now? Or like through crushing my bass cap. Yeah, sounds good through everything, right? Yeah, nice. Sick, nice. Okay, now we're gonna do our quiet on set 3, 2, 1. Just in case, like, you really haven't understood what I'm doing, is I'm unplugging my cable, my headphone jack from the MPC and putting it in the headphone jack of the Akai Force so that I can do these things here. Yeah. This is proof of nothing. Yep, that's right, the BPM just jumps around. It's actually 1, 2, 3, 8, 6. 1, 2, 3, 8, 6. Okay, yep. So export 1, 2, 3, 8, 6. 1, 2, 3, 8, 6, and our key. Let's see if this. Our key is A sharp, and the mode is minor. So just say A sharp me, and this is proof of nothing. Ooh, it sounds like Everybody else is waking up. That's awesome. Good morning, everyone. That means it's almost my bedtime. Yay. They want proof of nothing. What else can I do? Still making something out of fear for you. If the system can't see me, I'll sing it out loud till the silence breaks shape and remembers me now. I got proof. Lost my social services over a password ghost. Couldn't prove I didn't think. And found an old screen printed logging buried in time. Closed almost a year like the rest of my life. If your artists aren't showing you how they're recording, they're probably cheating. Just kidding, you can make a song anyway. And the less you know about someone, the more you fake their fame. Progress, export. And I'll be uploading a song for you. That's 4 songs I made for you, Mary, every day. I've been trying to help you understand that this is what's happened when they trust you. And you can go further, and it makes it rusty. You don't know what's burning, and the algorithm doesn't really prefer anything real. It just wants what it can laugh at, and it's maybe made that way so that everybody can fake what they made. Exploding another beer. What's that going to be? I could just make a song without needing to write along. I don't wanna know why, but doing anything with your life. I don't wanna fuck the song up. Like all these songs have so much meaning to me. I could try, but it's probably not what you're gonna like, and so I'm gonna be like, Oh yeah, the audio doesn't record nice for this, I forgot. Well, I guess that's it. Merry every day. We're gonna Try to live stream on other platforms a little later. Maybe just play all these songs as one. And one whole project we'll just jam on top. And then go back to this live stream. Yep. Until there's people who want to do this with us, we're just gonna keep doing it this way, I guess. And it's cool because people say they do, but then the timing doesn't work out. Still kind of feel like I could do one more. Should I see? Let's see if we got one more. I think I have to stem them. You don't want to hang out while I'm stemming. I know that you don't. Well, I might as well finish this song up here. Maybe I don't have to finish it, you know? done now. Don't care how it sounds. It's gonna sound like that when you listen to it. You can really feel the difference between like playing with your soul and just playing with knowing how to play. Don't forget the rhythm in there, oh my god, and then it feels like something else is going on inside, and then you time to correct it. Feels really good to do. Playing your fingers around really fast and talking at the same time makes you feel like you're doing something real. Horrific and save it, export somewhere low. You have yourself a song and dance show. 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 A song. Oops. Don't want to automate their own later. Perfect. And that's right. Wish it wasn't so cold out. I'd like to sit out there and upload these beats for the internet without freezing my feet off. Maybe I could dress in a whole lot of layers, but even my hands start to hurt sitting down. It's like better if I just keep moving around. All these thoughts lost in the stream, but not really because they're being recorded. Sounds so bad it came out. You want it ready-made really, really fast, right? Click, scroll, headline glow. Tablet screen, but they don't know. Fake spin the perfect lie. Subscribe, but we just pass by. We go auto. They finally follow slow. Feeding the drum alone. Never know. This is all the beef. No belief. They bite our eyes. We move in our knee. Feeling auto. People love to cringe, can't get enough. Shock tells why when the world's arrived. Compare themselves to curated fate. Ain't yourself to viral race. We go auto. They finally follow slow. Feeding the drum. I'll never know. This is auto. belief. Belief, but your lungs are moving. Critics talk, but they can't create. Projecting fears, jealousies, and fleeting comment sections paid by bots and schemes. Body shame feeds the algorithm dreams. Only fears. We go hot, they finally follow slow. Feeding the drama down, never ever know. This is auto beef and won't be fed by your eyes. Fearmongers cashing on ratings high. Drama sells more than truth can buy. Entertainment built on whispers to lies. We rise above where the noise complies. We go octo, they finally follow slow. We push on the path, never ever knew. This is auto beef. Think right on your eyes, we live in relief. Auto And that's the show. That's really the show. So good night, Mary, every morning. Wonder even what the algorithm does with these. So yeah, we're getting popular, but I don't know how though. And if the algorithm's doing it, that's cool. Love you guys. Make sure to find the keeps where you can support us. Yeah, you got a song, so yeah, we're a 501c3 showing you that this is probably the best thing you can do, you know? And I think we made some jokes earlier that you can hear. Yeah, so we're gonna get offline now and upload everything else online. Maybe we should take a smoke break and walk around in a circle. Maybe, you know what, we should really do, show some of this off on the internet. Yeah, I mean, like, we're already doing that, so that's cool.